What's up, everyone? It's Wednesday. Welcome to Wednesday Sprints. I hope everybody's doing well today. What have you gotten up to today? Have you worked? Have you read? Did you get into any kind of shenanigans? Let me know in the comments, in the chats. So, welcome to Kat's Novel Adventures, where we have Wednesday afternoon sprints. I'm Kat, obviously, and we're here to read, be productive. You can relax, meditate, whatever you want to do. So, welcome, welcome, welcome if you're new to my channel, and welcome back to all my favorite peeps out there. I am excited to see everybody today. So let us see. Let us go in. Hello, Mary Lou. Mary Lou is here at saying good evening to everyone. Helga, kindred spirit. What's up, Faye? What you been up to? Hey, Alicia. I sent you an email. I hope you got it. Hello, hello, Amy. How are you? And hello from Margaret. Margaret, you had quite a stack of books that you were wrapping up. I realized that it was for 2 weeks as opposed to a week, but still a lot. I have not really dug into my November books yet. Isn't that sad? It's because I had to wrap up Salem's Lot and had a lot of note taking and stuff to do. So I'm going to do a little combo tonight. I am going to do some lesson planning because I do have to take some time to do that. And I'm afraid that if I wait until after sprints, I'm going to be too tired. So I picked out 2 books that I'd like to work on with my 4th graders and my 2nd graders, just to add a little variety to some of the exercises we do. But Click, Clack, Moo, Cows That Type, they will be reading this one in 2nd grade. There's some little activities I'm looking for this to work on maybe some word work, their reading and fluency. So that's what I'm doing for 2nd. And then for 4th grade, I found this cute little book called Mysteries According to Humphrey. This is by Betty G. Burney. I have heard of the Humphrey books, but I have never read them. So this will be a first for me too. It says Humphrey is everyone's favorite classroom pet. And this was actually around Halloween time. Well, it's fall and everyone in room 26 is excited that Halloween is coming, but this year something even more fur-raising is going on. Mrs. Brisbane is missing from room 26. She stopped coming to the school and Humphrey had no idea where she is. The class has a substitute teacher, Mr. E, but he can't fill Mrs. Brisbane's shoes. And Humphrey has just learned about an unsqueakably, how cute, smart detective named Sherlock Holmes, who is great at collecting clues and following leads, just what Humphrey will have to do to solve the case of the missing Mrs. Brisbane. So this is what I've chosen for 4th grade. It's a little thick, but we'll see how we can manage. We're not going to read the whole thing. I mean, it'll be weeks. I only see them once a week in my classroom, but I see them also twice a week in their classroom and kind of help the teacher if they have any kind of reading assignments. But I think this will be good. This will help them work on fluency, comprehension, as well as some vocabulary, because my 4th graders I work with, and well, all of my kids that I work with are a little below reading level, their reading level. So we're just trying to kind of fill in some gaps and give them a little bit of confidence in their reading. And then same with this, we'll do some cute little activities with this for 2nd grade, but also fluency and comprehension and some word work. This is the cutest story. If you have not read anything by Doreen Cronin, I recommend it. There's a whole series of these books, but basically what happens is the cows get frustrated with their farmer and write him a letter of some demands that they want. And if he doesn't fulfill the demands, then they're not going to comply with what they're supposed to provide him on the farm. So that's how I'm going to start off my sprints today. So we shall see what happens. But I do want to get some reading done. And if I do get some reading done, it will be Jane of Lantern Hill by Ella Montgomery. This is my first Ella Montgomery for the More Montgomery Challenge, but this is also the group read, and this will count for one of the prompts called Kindred Spirits. Since it's a group read, we could do that. I did not have time to seek someone out to do a buddy read. And then I'm also, like I said, I read one chapter, and that has been it. So just busy. Alicia says, I'm having chicken enchilada soup and reading Bright Young Women, going to watch Amy's live show at 7:30. Fun. Alicia, I hope you're not eating one of your chickens. Do you end up eating them if they stop producing eggs? I'm just curious. I'll check my email. I'm bad at keeping up with it sometimes. That's understandable. I'm the same way. I have to answer an email for Liz, my friend Liz. Is 6 books a lot for 2 weeks? I think so. I mean, I can't get through 6 books in 2 weeks unless that's absolutely all I was doing. But the way my life is going right now, no. I mean, I haven't even started like I said, I have one chapter of a book that was started on maybe Monday. I think it was Monday. And that's all I've gotten. It's been terrible. Amy says, I work today. Now I'm planning out my book club discussion that is happening in a couple of hours. So are they going to overlap with you later on? No, never be sorry. Like I told Kelsey the other day, because Kelsey's doing something today as well. I see she bumped it up probably because you're having your book club discussion. And a lot of the peeps that you're discussing that with are part of her Patreon. But like I told her, I don't own Wednesday, and I have other friends that are actually streaming Andy at Self Pub with Andy. We always overlap every Wednesday. But no, I mean, I'm glad that you're out there doing it. That's awesome. Hello, Books, Gers, and Purrs. How's it going? Welcome. Yes, Megan, Click Clack Moo is awesome. I love it also. I just think it's a wonderful series. She writes so many precious books, I think, and they always have some kind of a little lesson in it. So I'm excited to read it with my second graders. Not sure if we'll start tomorrow or not, because trying very hard not to have to pay a lot of out of pocket, for this kind of stuff. So if there's something I can create either my own, I just got to see. I have to kind of decide on that, but we shall see. Hey, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Listening to Iron Flame. Very good. Are you going out? About 2.5 hours left. Nooged the like. I like that. Nooged the like. Yeah, Iron Flame is the second book in Fourth Wing. I wrote one assignment and did some planning for another, and now I'm hoping to finish the September house. I have 45 pages left, and the ebook is due back tonight. It's so good, by the way. I'm intrigued by it, but I really can't add anything else to my TBR at the moment. But 45 pages, if you can finish, I think you could finish it within sprints today. And then that way you can get it back in time so you don't miss out on finishing. Mary! I really enjoyed Jane of Lantern Hill. I read it last year. Also, Mary, I have to say, I saw your beautiful portrait that you did the other day on Instagram. It was absolutely gorgeous. You are so talented. That's such a pretty edition of Jane of Lantern Hill. Yeah, this is published by Virago Company UK, Virago Modern Classics. So apparently there's a bunch of different books that you can get like this. They have a pretty copy of the Emily series, which I would like to get the Emily series because I read a junior adaptation of it. That's what I didn't realize it was a junior adaptation when I bought it from Thrift Books last year. So I really would like the full novel. So, and I enjoyed Emily of New Moon. So I would love to see the whole story, but these are all, there's 3, it looks like, and then Rilla of Ingleside. I haven't read any of those but the Emily of New Moon Junior Adaptation. But if they have them, I'd like to get, I wouldn't mind getting more of them. Ooh, enchilada soup sounds yummy. It does sound yummy. Yummy, yummy. I ate a really huge salad and then I forgot that I bought soup with my salad. I had to go get lettuce and a couple of things because my lettuce was not great. My husband got lettuce this weekend and the middle part of the lettuce was already funky and bad. So I only got one salad out of that lettuce. So I stopped at this place called Salad Station and I got some lettuce and then like some corn and beans and some little crunchy things. And then I got baked potato soup. Well, I forgot that I did it and I made some rice. So I'm full and I didn't eat until like 1:30ish. So that's called my, what is it when it's lunch and dinner? I know breakfast and lunch are brunch. What's lunch and dinner? What do you call that? So I may have some watermelon later. I mean, I fixed a cup of coffee. So that might just be my dinner. My coffee and some watermelon. Mary Lou said I will be reading Once Upon a Time. I bought it to support the oldest bookstore in Massachusetts. Wow. Is it Once Upon a Time or is it really supposed to be Once Upon a Tim? Let me know for sure. That's pretty cool if it's the oldest bookstore in Massachusetts. I could never eat one of my chickens. I've named them. The soup is so good. Yeah, I think it would be a hard thing. That's why I said I could never really be a good farm person because I would love all my animals and would never want to do anything. I know my husband had a friend whose mom had a pig and she loved that pig and took care of the pig and had no really intentions of them ending up because I knew I have also another friend that gets a cow and then they end up slaughtering it and then they have their meat all year or whatever. I could not do that. I would feel so sad. But apparently she didn't have a connection with it. But getting back to the pig story, the mom loved the pig and really in her mind had no intentions. And she came home one day and they had slaughtered her pig, I guess her husband, and she refused to eat anything from that pig. She was like, nope. She was so mad, so very mad. But I mean, I think the intention was they bought the pig for that purpose, but then the mom developed a friendship with the pig. So I'm with you. I finally finished The Song of Achilles. Now I'm watching Troy. Did you like The Song of Achilles? I loved it. I loved it so very much. It really stuck with me for the longest time after I read it. And I don't know. I really, really loved it. I thought it was really well written and just enjoyed the story. I didn't enjoy the bloody parts and all the war part, but curious to see how you feel about Troy after reading Song of Achilles. Hello, Shannon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Thank you for booping the like button. Lots to do, so just lurking. Ooh, you're more than welcome to lurk. I'm okay with that. Hello, Jody. Jody, I also sent you an email today. Books went out today. I'm sorry I'm a little late with that. Trying to get to the post office after sprints last week was like craziness. And I was hoping possibly to get there sooner, but I did not make it until today after I brought my mom to the doctor. So I sent emails letting y'all know what the estimated delivery dates are. I'm so excited. Andy wanted me to say hi. He's doing his own sprint right now. I know he is. That's so sweet of him to say hello, though. I'm actually watching I have his sprints on my iPad right now. And so that it's running. And sometimes when I go on the sprints, then I can pop in the chat too. Shannon just finished listening to and crying to Fourth Wing. Is it Fourth Wing? Yeah, I think you have Fourth Wing and what is it? Iron Flame. Haven't looked in the mirror, but pretty sure my makeup is all over my face. Yeah, that's good though. Haha, yeah, she said Fourth Wing, not Fourth Flame. I think I wrote that as Kat was saying Iron Flame. I love when stuff like that happens. It's like what you're hearing and what you're typing and what you're doing. It's all like mingling together, and who knows what's going to happen when it comes out. Well, that's good to know. I'm excited about Fourth Wing. My niece read it when we went to Sicily, and she was so engaged with it whenever we had downtime to be able to read. And then so many people on BookTube have been talking about it, and I've heard way, way, way more favorable comments about it than not. Like there's some people are, kind of think it's hyped up too much, but I mean, the majority of the people have said it's very, very good. I think I would like it. I mean, myself personally, but I do know it is a chunky book. Shannon in space, SD in space. Hello, hello. We haven't said hi. Hey, Swamp Gas. What's up, Swamp Gas? Thank you, Kat. I'm fixing the eyes, and then I need to add color. I just think it's phenomenal. It's beautiful. Even if you did not have any color, I just think it's so amazing. You are very talented. So I'm glad I got to see one of your pictures, one of your paintings. I just think it's all incredible. How are you doing, girly? Hope things are going well. Yes, I think so. So for the most part, I mean, it's kind of been one of those weeks where kind of crazy things going on and stuff, and just trying to wade through it all. So, it is what it is. Life can be so unpredictable every second, huh? Rilla of Ingleside is my favorite Montgomery novel. That is very good to know. Well, speaking of that, that is like a standalone. Mitzi of Mitzi Reads and Writes just did a top, like her ranking of some of these standalone books. So I wonder if she didn't include that because she has not read it yet. Very busy with getting things set up for AuthorTube writing conference. That's pretty much been my whole day except writing this morning. And then she's saying, how are you to Jody? That is a big undertaking. Shannon, when is the conference actually taking place? Lunner. What? No, it is Tim the name. Okay. So I was just wanting to make sure. I have never heard of that story. And hiya, Cat and friends. There's Andy popping in to say hello. Hello. I have your sprints on, Andy, if you're still here. And they are running. I see right now you have 11 minutes and 45 seconds still in the sprint. So hopefully I can pop back in yours. And Alicia says, oh my God, if my husband slaughtered my animals, I'm done with him. No way. Yeah, I don't know what transpired after. She was very mad, but she refused to eat any of it. I was just like, I don't blame her. Same, Alicia. Shannon's agreeing. That being said, I do really enjoy bacon. But piggies are so cute. And I think this was like a really massive pig. This wasn't any little cute little pig like you see on Charlotte's Web. This was like a big, big pig. He knows better, though, than to do that to me. Yeah, my husband would not do that either. But I guess, yeah, even if my husband and I lost our minds for a second and decided to get a pig because we thought that that's what we were going to do, make pork chops and bacon and pork loin and all that kind of stuff. When it came time to do the deed, I don't think either one of us, first of all, we just would not do that. But like I said, if we just lost our minds for a second and said, let's do this, I don't think either one of us could. And then I don't think either one of us would have enjoyed anything as a result of it. So it's just best to leave it alone for us. Andy is spanking the like button with a huge book. Woohoo! I did really enjoy Achilles. Troy's very different. Brad Pitt and Eric Bana are easy on the eyes. I like the book better. Now I want to read Iliad. It's been since high school. Yeah, I have never read the Iliad at all. I've read the Odyssey a couple of times, but not the Iliad. And this is a retelling Song of Achilles, But yeah, Brad Pitt and Eric Bana are very nice looking guy. Well, especially when they were in their youth. I mean, they're older men now. Rilla of Ingleside is number 8. Oh, in the Anne of the Green Gables series. She's Anne's daughter. Okay, well, that explains it. Let me see. I don't know if my little Tootie man is trying to come back in here. I hear him huffing and chuffing. He coming back in? Okay, he can go back in. It's in and out for him. Okay, so that makes sense. That is why she didn't mention it. I have not gotten that far in the Anne of the Green Gables series. I am only on number 3, which I'm hoping I will get to read that this month. I'm hoping my reading will get picked up. I just have to have some time to do that. And this weekend, I should be able to catch up on quite a few things. Okay, so the AuthorTube Writers Conference is June 28th through the 30th, 2024, but applications open on November 15th. Okay, so when you apply for this, is there a certain number that is allowed to apply? Do you have a cutoff or what? That's really, I remember you doing the AuthorTube Writers Conference this past summer. I remember seeing some of your videos and some advertisement on your channel. So, boy, that takes a lot of planning. That takes a lot of your time. Well, you're quite welcome, Andy. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you being here. Emma, Andy, and I are going to have another hangout with friends later in November. So when we get the times and whose channel it's going to be on all settled, I will publicize that if anybody is interested in hanging out with us. We are looking at the Friday after Thanksgiving. I personally will not be doing anything on that day. Because I don't do Black Friday shopping or anything like that. I'm usually just hanging out at my house. So why not hang out with some friends? Everybody who has a YouTube channel about writing and or publishing can apply. Aha. Okay. That is pretty cool. Very, very cool. So you don't have a limit of how many people can be in it. Multiple pitches can be submitted. Ah, okay. That sounds like fun. I have only attended one writers conference really long ago when I was in college at UNO, which is the University of New Orleans, working on my undergraduate degree. They had one of the English classes I was in had advertised the writers conference was in New Orleans, and Rice was part of one of the panels, and she hosted a cocktail party, and I got to attend the cocktail party too as well. So it was really interesting to see what a lot of authors had to say about their writing process. Of course, it's been a long time, so I haven't done anything else since then. We won't choose the number of speakers until we see the pitches. Okay, that is pretty cool. I think that's very interesting. I like that. I like it. I like it. If we get a ton of good ones, we may have up to 4 speakers per hour, which takes up to about 40 plus speakers. Wow. That is a lot. A lot, a lot. Well, I'm wishing you the best on getting all of that organized, because I know what it's like to have to organize something, monstrous, to be in charge of that. I hope you have plenty of help along the way as well. Okay, so I think we should go ahead with our first sprint since we got through the comments. Like I said, I'll be searching and doing some lesson planning and probably reading the first chapter of Mysteries with Humphreys if I can get through it. But we'll start with 30 minutes so that people can get settled, get a beverage if they need to, take care of their little fur babies. Thankfully, I already fed my little Tootie. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and get started with Pomodoro Kitty. Let's see. Oh, my Pomodoro Kitty looks weird. Let's see if it shares. Well, the little screen thing looked weird. There we are. Okay, happy sprinting. I will see y'all soon. Welcome back. Boy, that 30 minutes went by fast. At least for me, it did. So let me stop that. Okay, so, oh, I need to turn it. I got to stop it. Okay. There we go. So how did everybody do during their sprint? I found a couple of things that I think would work for my Click Clack Moo. Like I said, I don't really want to buy a package from like Teachers Pay Teachers. I just want some little ideas, and then I can execute those ideas myself. But I don't have the children with me but once a week. So it'd be nice to be able to read it, have them read it for fluency, and then just do some little fun activities with it. But I found a cute little activity that they can do. There was a template where they can write a letter themselves to Farmer Brown, and I think they would like that. So we'll do some word work and go from there. So let's see where we left off. Let's see. Shannon was talking to me about her AuthorTube writers conference that she's doing, and she was thanking me. And then she says she has lots of help this year, but with the help all being new, she's putting tons of things in place to explain each role. Then she thinks some are unsure of when they should take over, so she has been nudging people all day. So I think that's great that not only is she able to have people want to help her and willing to take part, but that she can delegate, because sometimes when people are in charge of something, it's very hard for them to delegate task. And my friend Emma stopped in. She booped the like button. I hopped on Emma Sprints earlier today. She was on there with Martin, and that was fun. I only stayed for a little bit. I popped in while I was eating my salad. And Marilou said, must go eat dinner. We'll try to come back. Okay, sounds good. I hope you have a yummy, yummy dinner. And Jody's talking to Shannon, finishing up on the second author website, fixing a small issue on the first site for mobile view. Was listening to 3 live sprints, 3 Discord DMs, and several rooms. You are definitely all over the place. And a partridge in a pear tree. No, just kidding. Beta reading book and checking on getting my own site up under a self-publishing company name on top of the other stuff. So my computer is lagging just a smidge. I guess so. You got a lot going on, Jody. A lot. You're so funny. Vanessa, hello, hello, hello. Just here getting some work done. That sounds good. I like to know you getting some work done. The AuthorTube Writers Conference is going to be awesome, lurking in the background. Very good, Andy. Are you going to be attending? Lady Shannon does a great job organizing the whole thing. It's only grown from strength to strength. Very good. Yeah, Shannon seems very, very organized, and she has her act together, and she has her hands in a bunch of different things. Yeah, I know, Vanessa. I know. Hello, Patty. Hi, hey, hey. She's saying hi, all. Hello, Kat. Just finished dinner. Hoping to finish The Center by Ayesha Siddiqui, so I can be ready if my Iron Flame copy ever arrives. Very good. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm terrible with pronunciation. And Shannon agrees with me that you've been very busy, Jody. Faye read 18 pages of The September House. Okay, so you had 45. So do you have 27 left? Is my mental math right? I'm terrible at math, especially mental math. So you're going to finish today. You're going to finish today. Hello, Joanne. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have so many people are up to a lot of stuff today, Joanne. Writing, organizing, a writer's conference, reading. I'm working on lesson plans for my class tomorrow. And Shannon is greeting everybody. And she's got a live stream scheduled on Friday to talk about the AuthorTube Writers Conference. So anybody out there who is interested, if you're a writer, check that out on SD Houston is her channel name. and was saying hellos, hellos, lots of hellos. And Shannon's trying not to spiral with everything. I feel I need to get done. I can imagine. Andy has actually presented both years. Yay, Andy. That's awesome. And Vanessa has been writing reports all afternoon, so my brain is poop. Yes, I know how that is. I find sometimes like the mental energy, and then you can't really do much else. Maybe you might need to walk around or something. I don't know if it's very cold where you're at. Go out and breathe in some fresh air and get that brain popping again. Patty's doing very well. Thank you. Hope to get some reading this month. Finally. Yeah. I've heard some good things about the September House. I haven't read it though. Yeah. I'm curious about the September House because I had seen it and it just seemed like it was a good story, something I'd be interested in. And I was like, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful to read it in September since it's called the September House? But of course that didn't happen. So anyway, going through a stressful point at work, but hopefully with the holidays coming up, it starts to slow down a bit. I can imagine. You are a psychologist, if I'm not mistaken, Vanessa. And I can imagine what your workload is like, just only because my mom recently got diagnosed with dementia, and we had a process we went through. We met with a neuropsychologist back in August. We got the results of what their thoughts were based on her memory test, and then just talking with her and my dad and I being interviewed. And so we got that diagnosis on September 19th, but there's a lot that goes into it. He made recommendations. So we're now seeing a psychiatrist, a neurologist, which please keep my mom in your thoughts and prayers because she is having an MRI on her brain Monday, the 13th. So hoping that will maybe give us a little more information. But I have to say, we went to her doctor's appointment today, and today was like one of her best days. And the psychiatrist was very, very excited. He was very pleased with how everything's working with her medication that she started when she first saw, he put her on at the very beginning when we saw him back in October for our first visit. But he kept saying to her how happy he was to see how much she was smiling, because my mom hasn't been smiling a whole lot consistently. So anyway, I'm really glad it's working out for her. And I really need to start blogging about my journey with my mom because you know how they have that book Tuesdays with Maury yeah. You're going to get your tail stuck. I need to have Mondays with mom because Monday's my day, and it seems like we've had a lot of appointments on Mondays, but I'm going to go in on Mondays, whether she has an appointment or not, just so we can spend time together and have fun together. And then my dad and I are going to attend a dementia caregivers support meeting again. They have them twice a month at Ochsner Hospital. And I just figure if we could go once a month, that's good. But we're going to try to go on the 18th. And then I want to bring her home with me and have her spend, Saturday night, Sunday, and possibly Sunday night. And then I can bring her back Monday. And then we can kind of hang out Monday. I believe she has to go Monday. I don't know. I might have to bring her back. I might actually have to bring her back Sunday night. And then I drive back in, because she does have an appointment that day, I believe. I don't know. We'll have to see. I think she would just probably, I don't want to push the envelope with her not being home because she likes having her little routine. So we'll have to see. But I'm just super excited. That's all working out. Faye is saying it's so good. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to write this down. I'm going to have to write it down on my little paper. Oh, no, I know. Let me go to my cookie notebook and go to my Faye page. I have a Faye page. The The September House. I don't believe there's anybody else who wrote a book called The September House. Faye, would you mind typing in the author just in case there is one? Could be a children's book. Who knows? I will have to try it out, Faye. You see, got Alicia wondering too. Yep. More specifically, an assessment of psychologist, no therapy. I just do evals to diagnose people with stuff like ADHD and dementia. Okay. So an assessment psychologist. Okay. So we saw a neuropsychologist and she did have to take a test. So the neuropsychologist did not administer the test, but I guess he evaluated it. And then also she's seeing a neurologist too. So I know she's getting to where she is just feeling better. So I'm glad, but it just takes so long to get with people. All my prayers with you and Mama. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Shannon, because my mom's going through a lot and it's hard for her. And I can't even imagine being like in her mind and confused and all that kind of stuff. But it really is hard on the caregivers too. And my dad is the main caregiver at this point. I mean, I help out when I can. Marking that in my calendar, Kat. All the well wishes for your mom and your family. Thank you. I appreciate so much, Patty. Oh, and I'm so happy to hear that there is joy in her smiles. That's everything. During something. Yes. Because and also too, trying to get her medication to work. It's not like you can just start taking medication and it's automatically going to make you feel better, but it's working. Dementia is one of my areas of expertise. I'm so sorry to hear about your mom and hoping that you all find peace as you navigate this journey. Thank you so very much, Vanessa. I appreciate that. Sending positive vibes. I'm feeling those positive vibes, Andy. Thank you. I was just going to ask if there was a support group. Really glad you have that resource. Yes, I am glad. They have virtual meeting days, I think on Mondays, but I'm with my mom on Monday. And then I think they have an evening one, maybe on Tuesday evenings. I'm not sure. But then this is in person. And we have already attended one, and I'm glad we did. It was, we actually met a man there who is a lawyer, and he actually gave us some advice about doing power of attorney business. And my sister was happening to come in town the following week. So we had talked about that, and he told us, and actually really and truly, you should have that in the back of your mind when your parents get older about power of attorney, because anything can happen to anybody, whether you're elderly or you're young. But he just said that it's a lot easier for you to take care of power of attorney when your parents still are able to sign their names. Because if you get to the point that they cannot, you have to go to court, and it could cost you up to $6,000 to do that. So we went ahead and did power of attorney for both of my parents. And it doesn't mean that their power is taken away from them. They're able to do everything they need to do. It just allows us to have access if something happens and they're in a position where they can't speak up for themselves. We don't have to worry about scrambling or whatever. So my sister is general and is going to help them more on the financial aspects of it. She's an actuary and she's got a math degree, and I'd rather her handle that. She also lives in Atlanta, so she's not here. And then I handle all the medical. But it was pretty interesting, all the questions they ask you, like, what happens if you're terminal and what choices do you want made for you? So that way, children or whoever is taking care of you doesn't have to make that decision. So it was very fascinating. And I was very grateful that just because we went to that support group, we met him and he was our lawyer. We went to see him. And he's very compassionate because his wife, the reason he was there is his wife was diagnosed with dementia like back in, I want to say 2009, maybe. And she just passed away like 3 months ago. And so he's still attending the meetings and then is kind of gradually going to stop coming. But he's been with them for so long that it's still comforting. So I was like, what are the odds that we would meet somebody who is has gone through what we're going through and is a lawyer and can give us some advice. So anyway, hated to tell you all of that. I like Monday with Mom. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something. I may write about our journey on my blog. Maybe it'll help somebody who's going through it. Sending prayers for you all. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate that very, very much. Joanne said, I'm trying to get revisions done for projects Sugar and Spice. It's proven difficult, not to mention I'm aiming towards a self-deadline. Ooh, self-deadline. Some more highs. The author is Carissa Orlando. Thank you, Faye. By Carissa Orlando. Okay, got that. And then we got more highs. Prayers from Mom. Thank you so much, Faye. Appreciate you. I can't technically call myself a neuropsychologist because I'm missing 1 year of a specific training. So I pretty much just say I'm an assessment psychologist with a specialization in neuropsychology. That's good to know. And I mean, maybe at some point you will go all the way with that. But I really value you, Vanessa, because I don't think we have enough doctors in that area, because I'm telling you, we lucked out getting our neuropsychology appointment. It took so long, to get the neurologist, and then for us to do a psychiatrist at Ochsner, her appointment would be February 5th. There was no way we would have survived if we would have had to wait till February 5th. No way at all. Thank you, Joanne, for the positive vibes from my mom. And we got busy business. We'll still be lurking and can hear you. Thank you, Jody. Such a good point, Kat. I have it for my dad. It gives me so much peace of mind, especially since my mom passed in 2013. Yeah, and another thing we were kind of worried about, like we're all focusing on my mom, but anything could happen to my dad. And then it's like, okay, what are we going to do at this point? So you hate to think about stuff like that. My mom's going to be 77 in December. My dad's going to be 76 in November at the end of the month. And I consider that relatively young. At one point in my life, I thought that was old. I thought you were old if you were in your 50s. Well, I'm 54, so I must be ancient. But definitely not to myself anymore, because I am 54 and I don't feel anywhere near 54. Like I still feel 32. But it's sad that you have to kind of think about that. So yeah, my husband and I have been in talks about things too, with wills and all that kind of stuff. It's like you don't want to deal with it, but you have to. Yes, thank you, Joanne. Well made point. Issue with the door not shutting or ghosts wanting to join. Ooh, I say ghosts wanting to join. Hello, Felicia. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, Jordan. How are you? Hey. Hope you had a good week and weekend. Nope, don't like no ghost. Oh, that's because you're all into the romance. Sprays holy water. The wait list for testing are bonkers. Yeah, we lucked out. They had a cancellation, and I'm telling you, it all worked out nicely because I had my trip to go to. We were going to Sicily, and it's like, what are we supposed to do? It was a very stressful time. When people get to me, they say they've been on the waiting list for 9 months. Yeah, her family primary doctor said that it could take up to 4 months or more. So we got the referrals, and then we started getting it. But we've just gone to a private psychiatrist, and I don't know. I may go ahead and cancel that appointment for the Ochsner psychiatrist because I really do like our person that we found, and he does file with insurance, so you might as well just stick with it. My mom kind of likes a routine. My mom was 32 and until her eldest turned 31. Wait. My mom was 32. Oh, okay. I get it. Yes. Well, I'm stuck on 32. That's when I gave birth to Andrew, and it's sort of like time just kind of froze. And I can't really remember anything really from 32 to 40. If I didn't have my planners to look back on and pictures and stuff like that, I'd be like, what happened? Because that whole period of time just, I don't know. I remember my 20s, leading up to my 20s, through my 20s really well. but I don't know if it's because Andrew was the second child. I don't know if it's because my boys are 13 years apart. I don't know what it is, but it was like that 8-year gap. And then I was 40. And so that's why I think I'm stuck like 32. I don't think that makes sense. But anyway, down to one live stream. Lag is gone. Yay. Woo-hoo. Ooh, hello again, Mary Lou. I hope you had a good dinner. I hope it was something yummy. What did you eat? What did you eat? What did you eat? Let me know. We would like to know. Okay, so we're going to do the Would You Rather. Don't forget that we also, because it's November and because it's the month of Thanksgiving, and I am grateful for all of you that have been with me on my booktube journey and support me, and just always have kind words, always have encouragement, always have support. I decided that we are going to do like a gratitude. I'm doing, not we, but I'm doing this little gratitude giveaway. Last week we had 3 winners. We had Linda, we had Alicia, and we had Jody, and they got to pick. I put them on the picker wheel, and towards the end of our live stream, we picked 3, and that's our winners. So I still have the people who wanted to be in the giveaway on my picker wheel. Once you're in it, because it's all month. And then I have my other books, and I will probably be adding a couple of more books in here as time goes on. So once we have all of our winners, so anyone that was not here last week but is interested in our giveaway, I will show you what the books are. So I have a horror book called Witches Cops by Matt Bird. I believe he is an English author, and this is a horror book. It's about a gun for hire, Elizabeth Dayton. She gets, I don't know, she has a job that goes wrong, and then she ends up getting hired and mixed up with some unsavory people. So I read it. I enjoyed it. You can check my reviews on Goodreads, but I know that I'm not going to read it again. So I'd rather it be in someone else's hands. And I mean, I bought it new off of Amazon, and it looks like it hasn't been read. So it's gently used. I do have a copy of The Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe, which is one of my very favorite books. Well, it is my favorite book of all time. I love this book very much, by C.S. Lewis. You can read this book as the first in the Chronicles of Narnia, or you can go by, I mean, this particular publisher has it as number 2. There's 2 different ways you can read the Chronicles of Narnia. I personally would start with The Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe. Also, The Watsons Go to Birmingham. This is by Christopher Paul Curtis. Love this book. Excellent. Takes place in the 60s, 1963, as you can see right here. And it is about a family that lives in Flint, Michigan, and they end up having to go to Birmingham because one of the children doesn't get his act together. There is a hilarious scene in it that I used to love to read to my kids, but excellent book. I love Christopher Paul Curtis. Excellent writer. Another favorite is E.L. Konigsberg's from the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler. Wonderful. Claudia and her brother Jamie run away to the Met in New York City, and they have all kinds of adventures that have to do with a statue by Michelangelo. And this was a Newbery winner, and I love this book a lot. In fact, I went all around the Met looking for all the different places that they participated in. And then I also had the Weston game that Alicia won. That is another favorite of mine. So, Alicia, I hope you like that book a lot because I love it. I also have one by Sharon Creech called Saving Winslow. This is middle grade, and it's about a little donkey that the little boy in here, his name is, let's see, Louis. Louis is going to take care of him. And if he can't take care of him, then something's going to happen to him. But very cute book with a sweet message. Fire Girl. Okay, this is by Tony Abbott. It's about a young girl who is burned significantly, and she comes to Tom Tom's School. Yeah, I read these a little while back, probably about a year and a half ago, but they've been on my shelf. This one is where she comes to the school and it kind of changes the dynamics of the classroom, and very good, kind of powerful message there. This one had the Golden Kite Award book. Okay, I am want to send these together. And the reason I want to say that is it's a series, and I'm not doing a very good job of showing you this. Okay. This is a story. The first book is called One Crazy Summer. This is by Rita Williams Garcia. These are like historical fiction kind of books because they do talk about different things in history. So these three sisters, they end up going to Oakland, California, and they're having the Black Panther movement, and they're going to see their estranged mom. Very powerful, but very good. Lots of humor. Then we have PS 11. This is when they come back, and after being with the mom, and the father has a girlfriend, and so that kind of changes the dynamics of things. And also the girls have been affected by their mom and her involvement, like with the Black Panther movement and all that kind of stuff. So things are a little bit different once they get back home. Very good. And also this has to do with uncle, the dad's brother, who comes back from Vietnam, and the effects of what Vietnam has on him and the family. So very powerful. And then the last book is Gone Crazy in Alabama, and the three girls have to go visit their grandmother in Alabama. I think it's the grandmother's mother, so it's the great grandmother, and some things happen there as well, and just very good. But it also sheds light on how the South was, back in the 60s, with prejudices and racism and the laws that they had back in the 60s at that time. But anyway, anyone who's interested in these will get all three books, because I think you just need to read them all together. I really, really enjoyed them a lot. But I just know with all the books that I have to read, I know that I'm not going to read them again. And if I did, I could always get another copy of it. And then I have Anne in Manhattan, which is a retelling of Anne of Green Gables. This is by Brina Starla. It was a well-written book, but for me, it was hard having Anne be contemporary and doing some contemporary things. But it is a romance for sure. And then I have a copy of The Silent Patient by Alex Michaelides. This is a thriller. So most people probably have already read The Silent Patient. I was late to the party on that one. But anyway, those are the books that I have so far to put in my gratitude giveaway. But I will probably be adding some more. So with all that being said, I know that some people might not have been here last week when I talked about it. So if you have already won, you're out of the giveaway for right now because it's month long. But if you want to join, I will be glad to add you to my list if you're interested in any of these, and we'll pull names, and then you can decide which book you would like. So sorry I'm so long-winded with that. Let's see. Patty says, I have to keep a digital journal every day or I wouldn't remember a diddly darn thing. Yes, I live by my planner. Okay. You're welcome, Kat. It's a pleasure to watch your sprint. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Chicken and julienne veggies. It was very good. It sounds good. It sounds fancy. I'm grateful for all of you to sprint with. Yes, I appreciate you being here. I believe in the ghost. Ah, yes, Jordan believes in the ghost. I never go via the first book, my friend. If anything, I go for the seventh box that I got into the seventh book in the Chronicles of Narnia. Yes. And Jordan, you are in the drawing. I have you in from last week. I'm looking forward to reading the Westing game. I hope you like it. I love it. It's kooky. Jody says, I have ADD, OCD, and a few other things. The lady said it was either one big or several mild. Okay. Lucky me, it was several mild. Said it was because of how I was able to work around my issues that I told her I would be. Oh, that I would be good. So far, she was right. Just easier now that I know and can plan to work accordingly. Wish I knew when I was in school. Would have been so much. Let me go to the next one. So much better. Yeah, it would have helped so much. I say, yeah. I just think it's a lot of people before they were able to diagnose a lot of this stuff. Probably could have benefited from either therapy or some kind of coping strategies or little tricks here or there, or even possibly medication. I know from my students when I taught in the classroom, if I had kids that had anything that would interfere with their learning, I even if they didn't have, a folder or whatever, I would try to implement some kind of accommodations, because it's very hard for kids don't learn the same way. So you have to be willing to be flexible with that. So, yeah, that's so nice, Kat. Well, I don't know, Patty, do you want to be put in the drawing or not? Let me know so I can add you to our clicker wheel, the picker wheel. That's what I have to call it, the picker wheel. I'm going to put the picker wheel up. I didn't put it up when I started. Anyway, anybody who wants to be put in the drawing that is not on there already or has not won, please let me know in the chat if you want to be added. Otherwise, I won't know. Okay, my mom loved that I would do her age by 0 or 5, meaning when the last number reached a 0 or a 5, she became that age. So say 58, she was 55 until she turned 60. She loved it. I love that too. That is sweet. Yes, I'll put my name in. Okay, Patty, we're going to put your name in. And I'm picking all month. And like I said, I know I have other books that I haven't pulled yet, but my last week, I was planning so much for my live stream, trying to finish Salem's Lot, watching these movies, that I didn't do a whole lot except that over the weekend. So anyway, I will add you to that. I'm going to pull a picker wheel when we go to our next sprint. Okay, where are we at? We're at 6 o'clock. So let's go ahead and are y'all okay if we do another 30-minute sprint? Is that okay with y'all? Or would y'all prefer a longer one? Would y'all prefer a 45? I know it's probably like dinner time. Normally we do 45. Maybe we should do 45. What do y'all think? What do y'all want? You're welcome, Patty. Patty says sounds good for 30. Okay. Mary Lou says okay for 30. Okay, well, we'll do a 30. What we'll end up doing is we'll just have an extra time. So let me start our kitty cat. And yes, 30 works. Okay, so let me share our screen. Here we go. Woohoo! Okay, let's see. Alicia says sounds good. And Vanessa is hoping to knock the last assignment out tonight. Yes, good luck with that assignment. Good luck. Okay, see y'all in 30 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity, happy writing. Welcome back. Welcome back. What did y'all get up to with that sprint? I tell you, I went ahead and read there's a mosquito in here. I don't know about you guys. Are y'all being attacked by mosquitoes? We have lots of them here. I read the first 2 chapters of Mysteries According to Humphrey. It's cute. The first chapter was called The Case of the Mysterious Detective, and the second one was called The Case of the Missing Mrs. So I got a couple of vocabulary words written down for my students. One of the words is piwhack. Does anybody know what piwhack means? First of all, I didn't know that was a word until reading this. And the teacher gave 3 different sentences using it, but very interesting to learn that piwhack means confuse. So you learned something new. I learned something new reading this. But we'll try to get through 2 chapters with the time that I have with them, and then look at some vocabulary. Any words that they might not know, we'll write them down or whatever, and then we'll proceed. So I had to take care of that. So I'm happy that I have a plan for my Click Clack Moo story and for my Mysteries According to Humphrey. So I'll be ready for tomorrow. Let's see what y'all got up to. Amy left. She was starting her book club meeting at 6:30, and she's going to come back when you're coming back. So bye and have a great rest of your sprint. So I had told her to have an awesome book club meeting. She might hop back on afterwards. Wish my kids had you. I had to fight with the schools to help mine. Yeah, it's hard because, public school has different rules than a Catholic school. I worked in a Catholic school, and technically you weren't supposed to do any accommodations with them if they didn't have like their IEP. You had different kind of rules than if you just had a folder, like if they had ADHD or ADD or dyslexia or whatever. But my whole thing is kids need help with different things at different times. So to me, it's like that's part of being a teacher, is just trying to figure out how you can figure out how they learn and then help them along the way. Anytime for sprint works for me. Yeah, I hope that you were productive during that time. Got distracted going downstairs for water and unpacked a box. That's called procrastination, Vanessa. You are procrastinating. My internet is giving me grief. I hate that. Technology is lovely and wonderful when it works, but when it does not, it really does cause an issue. Shannon is now working on adding new writing live streams. Excellent. And then Vanessa said, almost done with the assignment. Probably will finish before you start the next sprint. Good. Keep going. Yeah, Patty never heard of that word either. I have never heard of piwhack. It's so funny. And it's pie, and it sounds like it. It's PIEWHACK, and it's a compound word. Mary Lou finished Once Upon a Tim, a book between chapter book. It's a book between chapter books and middle grade. Excellent. Don't you love when you finish? And then you got to decide what you're going to read next. I can't say I've heard of that word. Yeah. So piwhack, of course, means confused. I might have to try to use that word somehow in general conversation and just see if I get any looks, or if anybody says, what does that mean? I'm going to have to figure out a way I can use it, because I think it sounds fun. 16 pages of the September House, and the kitty gave me a heart attack in the middle of a very intense scene. By the way, I should warn people who want to read this that it gets pretty gory. Okay, well, I'm okay with gory as long as it makes sense in the story. I don't have a problem with gore and all that kind of stuff as long as it's not there just because, or like for shock value, or hey, let me just throw this in here, but it has nothing to do with the story whatsoever. So let's see, you did 16 pages, 15 before, that was 21, 31. So you're going to finish next sprint for sure. I'm going to stop by Amy's book club chat soon too. I read a little and I'm enjoying the book so far. Awesome. Have fun at book club, Alicia. Thank you for being here. Christina said, my internet is acting up too, but I have about 1.5 hours left of Iron Flame. Okay, an hour and a half. Yeah, what's going on with the internet? You zoom through that, Christina. I'm still at 40%. Pie whack is like pieing. When you throw a pie in someone's face, meant to humiliate but not injure. Exactly. Yeah, I guess so. But the way they're using it is like confusion. Like the sentences that the teacher used were, the twins look so much alike. I was pie whacked when I tried to tell them apart. Like I was confused when I tried to tell them apart. And then another sentence was, the rules of soccer can be very pie whacking if you've never seen a game before. So it can be very confusing. And when the teacher put the wrong answers on the board, there was a lot of pie whaction in the classroom. So pie whaction meaning confusion. So it must be, I guess also too, if somebody throws it in your face and you're humiliating it, couldn't there be like confusion caused by that? Possibly. So pie-whack's a multiple meaning word. Thank you, Christina. The gore makes a lot of sense in the story and it's superbly well written. I love this book. Okay, well, you got me convinced. I got to check that out. Yeah, I've been listening all day, hoping to use it for a bonus book for Get a Clue. So I know that you were doing Fourth Wing to be prepared for all of this, Vanessa. So I'm glad that y'all got to read it. I still need to feel, I'm going to be reading Fourth Wing when it's like not a thing anymore. They'll probably have the third book out. I don't know how many books that she's planning to write. Sounds like gobsmack. Yeah, gobsmack is another good word. Oh, and there's another word. Trying to think what I was reading that I saw. Oh, it was in Salem's Lot. And what was funny is the word was also used in an episode of The Office. The last one that I was listening to on The Office Ladies. Let me see if I can remember what it is by just looking it up. But it's a funny sounding word too. I think it's muddy coddle. Let's say muddy coddling or muddy coddle. I just thought it was funny. I had not ever heard of the word before until that episode. And then to find it twice in Salem's Lot was hilarious. Yes, it's called mollycoddle. Mollycoddle means to treat someone in an indulgent or overprotective way. I found school very difficult and realized I've been mollycoddled at home. So yeah, so gobsmack, mollycoddle, and now pie whack. So we have some words that we can kind of use in everyday conversation and just see what happens. I think that'll be fun. Hoping to get it done before they drop room 4. There are supposed to be 5 books in total. Awesome. And mollycoddle. Yes, yes, Mary Lou, mollycoddle. But Dwight uses it in an episode of The Office. It's the episode, I think, before Gettysburg is when it's used. But anyway, I just thought that was kind of neat because it's such an unusual word. Like, why would you think that you would come across it twice within days? You know, I don't know. I think it's kind of neat. Okay, so our Would You Rather for this week is for the fall. So let me show y'all. Let me get this off. Oh, let's see. Have you ever checked out Grand Delinquent? No. It has a word of the day. Oh, I'm going to have to try to find that. That would be fun. I like words. I like wordplay. I like all of that stuff. So anybody else interested? It's called Grand Delinquent. Is this an app or do you find this online, like in a web browser? App or web browser? Word of the day. Okay, so our would you rather is, would you rather eat caramel apples or s'mores? This is our fall edition. Would you rather? Would you rather eat caramel apples or s'mores? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, okay. Grand eloquent. Okay, well, that makes sense. Instead of grand delinquent, like I'm saying, grand. You would never think that I have a minor in English with the fact that I can't speak sometimes or figure things out. That's clever. Grand eloquent. I like that. And she said they have a Facebook page. Okay, writing that down. That would be interesting. S'mores, s'mores, s'mores. I'm with you, Patty. I love apples and I love caramel, but I do not like the combination. I think it's because it's very sticky and it just seems messy. I mean, s'mores can be messy too, but just in a different way. It's just the feeling of the caramel being sticky on my teeth for me. But I'm s'mores. S'mores from Mary Lou. Mary said caramel apples. My answer is yes. So you want both. It is all one word though. Okay. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that and you set me straight on this word grand eloquent. Grand eloquent. Yes. It seemed like caramel apples was winning in my face group question today. A lot of people had their feelings about how they feel about it. That didn't make any sense. It was really profound, wasn't it? This is why I can't talk and do some at the same time. I think I don't know. It might have been close between them. Seven. Yeah, 7 people for caramel apples, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, yeah. So caramel apples won on there. And I did have a friend that said that s'mores without the marshmallow. So if it is a s'more without a marshmallow, is it still a s'more? That is the question. Okay, and then we have, I like to dip apples in caramel and to eat the chocolate and graham crackers, but I only like marshmallows in cocoa. So you're another one, Christina, that doesn't like the marshmallow and s'mores, like my friend Wendy. But is it still a s'more if it doesn't have the marshmallow? What are y'all's thoughts? They give all kinds of old words that are not really in use anymore. I had a calendar for the year, loved it. Yeah, that would be fun. S'mores without marshmallows are just chocolate sandwiches. That's a good one. I'm going to have to put that on there. I'll have to tell Wendy, so you would enjoy a chocolate sandwich. So true, so true. Yeah, I like s'mores and they're so easy to make. I mean, I make them in the microwave because it's not like I'm going to go out and have a campfire to do it. But I love them. I like getting them and so good. Not that there's anything wrong with chocolate sandwiches. No, there is absolutely nothing wrong with a chocolate sandwich. You can have your chocolate sandwich any way you want. I think you need the marshmallow. I agree, Mary Lou, for it to be a true s'more. So I think that if you just want the chocolate and the graham crackers, as Faye says, it is a chocolate sandwich. Finished work for tonight. Hooray! Time to unwind and relax by watching some TV. What are you watching, Vanessa? Are you going to watch a movie? Are you watching a TV series? What are you diving into from? I think that's good. Excellent. Nice treat. TV after working so hard. Okay, so I think let's go ahead and do another 30 minutes. I'm fine with the 30. So, Christina says, whenever I do have a s'more, I use dark chocolate though. Milk is yucky to me. Ooh, that's very interesting. Let me ask you this. Does the dark chocolate melt as easily as milk chocolate? I always find that dark chocolate is harder to bite into than milk chocolate. And Faye says dark is where it's at. Still working. Have to do my newsletter here soon. Very good. You are so busy, Shannon. I love your focus and that you're getting a lot done. Vanessa got a lot done, got her work done, being very productive. It melts. Okay. I'm just curious, like if it takes longer to melt or what. But I don't know. It always seems like it's harder. Like I can hear the crack of it when you crack it. You know what I'm saying? When you break it in half, it seems like you can hear that. Whereas in milk chocolate, not so much. So Christina says it depends on the brand. Hershey's melts easy. Okay, well, that's good to know. I mean, I don't mind dark chocolate myself either. I never thought about getting dark chocolate for s'mores. I guess I'm gonna have to try that. I've never had it. I've just always gotten the milk chocolate. Okay, so 30 minutes so everybody can get back to doing something productive. I'm going to actually be changing over to the Jane of Lantern Hill since I read my two. So I'll be reading that during the 30 minutes. So happy reading. Oh, I need to share. Okay, there we go. So see y'all in a little bit. Happy reading, happy productivity, happy TV watching, happy writing. Well, how did we do? I almost finished 2 chapters. I am very close. I just have a couple of paragraphs and I'll make it to chapter 4. Oh, well, yeah, because I skimmed the first chapter just to kind of refresh my memory and then read 2 chapters. I feel so sorry for Jane. She lives with her grandmother, her mother, her Aunt Gertrude, and then the help, that takes care of the house. But the grandmother and the whole family, really, they're very mean to Jane, and it's sad. She's very sweet, and I guess it's because Jane's father is not in the picture, and apparently her mom must have married the dad against the parents' wishes. That's kind of what I'm assuming. But because the dad is not thought fondly of, even Jane doesn't like the father. I haven't gotten into why, but they are so hateful and mean. Like, I cannot understand how you can be hateful and mean to a child, just because they happen to be, related to somebody that you dislike. But I already do not like the grandmother or Aunt Gertrude or some of the other family members that came to dinner. It's too much. So let's see what everybody else is up to. Okay, so Amal is here. Yay, Amal. I am able to write now in the chat. Good. My phone malfunctioned. Ugh. Technology. People are having problems with their technology. Mary had problems with her internet. I believe Christina had problems with her internet. Now you're having problems with your phone. 5 years is too long. I need to change it soon. Yeah, it seems like phones do not last as long as they're supposed to last. That's for sure. S'mores for me. That's Amal answering that question. I welcomed Amal to see what she's up to. I'll be listening to Refractions from NetGalley 9% in and still deciding my physical book from my book haul. Excellent. Sarah, hello. Hey, I would rather caramel apples. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people like caramel apples. I hope you're doing well, Sarah. Amal says, reading Ordeal by Slander, but not a biography girl, so I'll switch to a novel soon after. Good. Hey, Lauren. Lauren says, hey, friends, happy Wednesday. I for sure have to say s'mores all the way. I love the roasted marshmallow flavor and texture. Yes. Yum, 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 yum. I do like it when you can do s'mores, like in the open fire and all that kind of stuff. But sadly, I have to resort to a microwave sometimes. So glad you're here, Lauren. I think I have to pick caramel apples because that's my current mood. So you probably like both, but because you're a mood reader, you might also be a mood eater when it comes to your treats. What do you think? Got to page 4 and listened till 11% of my audiobook. Good job, Amal. Faye said, I finished the September House. 5 stars, masterpiece. Yay, go Faye, go Faye. What are you going to start next? Or do you have to sit with the book that you finished before you can pick something else? Mary finished 2 chapters in Sophie's Worked by Justine Stein Garter. It's the book I picked up in Norway. It's a blend of mystery, philosophy, and fantasy. That is a very nice blend, if I must say so myself. I like that. Shannon is still working. She is working hard. Oh, and here's that mosquito again. This mosquito is trying to get me. Ugh. The mosquitoes around here are ridiculous. Like, you hate to even go outside, like when I have to take the dogs out, because it's like you open the door and then they all want to swarm in and get you. Ugh. And Christina said, didn't get far that sprint, had to decide on supper. So what did you decide? What you doing? I can't type on my phone. Neither can I, because I have fat fingers. I have little hands with fat fingers. So I always mess up when I'm typing things on the phone, and it takes me forever. I'm pitiful. Okay, so we had some good comments for our question. Let's see what Faye says. I'm still reading Lady Audley's Secret and the Book of Form and Emptiness, but I think I do need to decompress after reading something so intense. That makes sense. And Sarah says, I'm doing good, just been really busy, currently reading Sinner's Secret on my Kindle and almost finished listening to Britney Spears' book. It's freezing rain here today and tonight. Good time to read. An excellent time to read. How's it going with the Britney Spears book? It seems like it's making its rounds on BookTube. So many people are reading it. I'm sure you know Britney Spears is from Louisiana, and I just saw an article that they put her house in Kentwood up for sale. I think it's like 1 point something million dollars, which is just insane to me. I can't imagine anybody paying that much money and wanting to live in Kentwood, Louisiana. But I guess because of that. And her sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, actually lives in the Hammond area or close to the Hammond area. In fact, her daughter, Maddie, attended the school that I used to work at, Holy Ghost School. She left, I want to say, maybe in 7th grade, and she ended up going to Oak Forest in 8th grade. I'm not really quite sure where Oak Forest is located, but Jamie Lynn would come through carpool, and she'd be in regular clothes, sweatpants, sweatshirt, whatever, and she'd have the baby in the back in the little car seat, and Maddie would get dropped off. And then one year she actually performed. She was like the performer at one of the fairs. I want to say it was probably maybe the first or second year when Maddie started attending school there. And that was a big draw for the fair. But she's just like everybody else. And you would see her at like home and school meetings, or you would see her at the fair or just around campus or whatever. So that was kind of neat. And then I recently watched an episode of her show. I can't even remember what the name of it is because it's not a TV show that I would normally watch. It's on Netflix. Anyway, she plays a character in there. She's like the nurse or the receptionist for a doctor, and somehow they get entangled, and she's going to have his baby. And so he ends up leaving his wife to take care of her, so it's all this like, I don't know, melodrama, I guess, surrounding it. But I gotta think of what the name of it. Something Alabama, maybe? Sweet Magnolias or something like that. Yeah, I think it might be something like that. I don't know. I have to look it up. But I've only watched one episode. I watched the episode with my mom when she came to visit. So I might go and check out the rest, because actually being shot in Louisiana, there is a guy I know in the acting circles, Hunter Burke. He is in it, and I haven't seen his actual scenes yet. So I probably will watch to see his parts, and also to see if there's any other Louisiana actors in it that I know. Because, I mean, it's always neat when you see your friends working, on something that's shot here in Louisiana. So Christina said sandwiches. We just wanted to get back to reading. So something simple. Yeah, sandwiches are great. Mary Lou is saying Lady Audley's Secret was my favorite book of Victober. Excellent, excellent. And Brittany or Jamie was on the show. Jamie Lynn is on the show. Brittany, I don't know what Brittany's doing. But yeah, Jamie Lynn, her younger sister, is the one that's on the show. I wish I could remember. I think it's Sweet Magnolias. I'm saying Sweet Alabama. That doesn't make any sense. But I'm terrible with remembering things that I don't. Let's see. Yes, it's called Sweet Magnolias, and there's actually 3 seasons. I only watched the first episode, but they're lifelong friends in it, and I like their relationship. One of the 3 friends is the wife of the doctor, and but she's she's young, and I know something happens between them because I happened to be at my friend's house when they were watching it. But obviously it's, the fact that it's 3 seasons. I don't know if Hunter Burke is on there all 3 seasons, but it'd be interesting, to see. I'm excited for him. It's interesting for sure. I've been a fan of her music since her first album. Oh, that's really neat to hear about Jamie Lynn. Yeah, she's very sweet. And in fact, she used to play, like she used to sing at a club somewhere in Baton Rouge. And I know when the kindergarten teachers had Maddie, they would go and hear her sing, to support her and everything. So it's pretty neat. Like I said, she's very nice. And people really gave her space, which I thought was nice. Like you didn't have people going up to her and bothering her because of her being a celebrity or whatever. But yeah, and actually Britney Spears, my friend Shelly, her husband actually worked out at a local gym here in Hammond called North Cyprus. He was actually on the treadmill next to Britney Spears. So she must have been visiting her sister. And because I think her mom also lives in Hammond. But yeah, he was on a treadmill next to Britney Spears as she was working out. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I saw Britney Spears in concert. My oldest son is 34, and my brother-in-law, Lee, worked for a radio station, and he could get concert tickets, periodically. And Britney Spears came to New Orleans, and she performed at the Smoothie King arena. And Barry was probably about 10. So we got the tickets, and it was me, my husband, Barry, and I can't remember the little boy's name that came with us. But the four of us went. She only had her one album out. It was right at the beginning of like when her career was getting started. I remember it wasn't a super, long concert. I thought she performed really well, considering her age. And, I do remember she was on something. I can't remember if it was like a swing or some kind of lift thing. I remember that going up. And, but they had tons of young kids. Like it was a lot of kids, a lot of girls, who love the music. But, I only recognized maybe a couple of her songs at that point. But it was all before like she got to be a megastar and ended up having all the troubles that she ended up having. But I can say I actually went to a Britney Spears concert. So Faye's saying to Mary Lou, I'm really enjoying it so far. That's the Lady Audley's book. And Mary said, my daughter and I saw Britney too. It was the show to see at the time, like Taylor Swift is now. It was great. Yeah, I'm glad that we did end up getting to see her, to say that we could, especially since she's from Louisiana. And I thought that was kind of neat. But it's before she, exploded or whatever. So she is definitely a household name. And we've seen her grow up, out there in the world. I just wish her luck because I know she's had a tough time and everything. But I'm just curious about, I know I've heard little snippets here and there. I saw an article, didn't read the article, but I saw an article. So I don't know how much truth is to it because you don't ever know. Sometimes these articles have headlines and they clickbait you, all about something about how she had gotten pregnant when she was dating Justin Timberlake, and that she ended up, I think, having an abortion because he didn't want the baby. So I don't know, but I just thought, wow, did she get together with Justin Timberlake to let him know that she was going to spill those beans? Because I know sometimes with memoirs and stuff, it depending on if like you're a big time celebrity, like sometimes, you have a past with somebody, and if it didn't go well, like then that airs out all their dirty laundry between them. So I don't know. Hopefully it won't cause too many hard feelings with people that maybe she's spilling the beans about. Okay, so let me turn off our banner for this, and we're going to go ahead and pick our picker wheel. So let me get back here. Okay, so anybody else before, I don't know, Sarah, if you have heard or were here last week, I am doing a giveaway for every week in November because I'm so grateful for everyone who is supporting me on my booktube journey. This is why I cannot do two things at one time. So I'm not sure if you're interested or not, but I can put your name in the picker wheel. I have mentioned the books before, but I can go quickly. I have an Anne of Manhattan, which is a retelling of Anne of Green Gables. I have 3 middle grade books by Rita Williams Garcia that takes place in the 60s during some important times in the 60s. Fire Girl, which happens to be about a girl that has been burned badly and she goes to a new school and changes the dynamics of the classroom. Saving Winslow, which is about a donkey that's born prematurely and Louis needs to help him out in order for him to survive. I have the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frank Waller by E.L. Coningsberg, one of my favorites. The Watsons Go to Birmingham by Christopher Hall Curtis. This takes place in 1963. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis. And a horror book for adults by Matt Bird, which is Cops. And then a thriller, The Silent Patient by Alex Michaelides. So if you're interested, Sarah, I can put your name in if you're interested in any of those. And the books will be here all through the month until people pick them. Once you're in, you have an opportunity to win throughout the month. And then I've got some books I need to add as the month goes on. So let me know. Let's see. I think okay, here we are. Yes, they're saying that Britney's song Every Time was actually about her abortion. I guess I Need You, Baby. Oh, okay. That's so sad. I missed last week. Wednesdays have been so busy. I would love to join in. Okay, so I'm going to put you in the picker wheel right now. Let me add Sarah. I don't think anybody else has come. Oh, what about you, Amal? Are you interested? And Mary says, I have to go. Thanks for hanging out. Well, I will contact you, Mary, if you win the picker wheel as one of the picker wheel winners. So what I'll do is when I pick your name, you will pick which book that you would like. You'll have to send me your address, my email. Let me put it in here. I can't send it to you unless I know where to send it. Okay, kellycano@gmail.com. You are so welcome, Sarah. So that is my email. So when I pick your name, just make sure. Now, if you are not here and I pick your name, I'll let whoever falls in and then I'll contact you and then y'all can let me know. And then we'll move on. And then we'll remove you from the list of names. And you won't be added back in unless all of our people win before the end of the month. And then we'll just redo it again. How's that sound? Okay, so, I have to, let me share my screen because one time did my picker wheel and I was spinning and, okay, why is it not sharing? Okay, there it is. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, we want to shuffle 1, 2, 3, and here we go. Spin. gonna win? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Sarah! Sarah, you won. You just got put in. Okay, so Sarah, please send me your address, full address, and I need to know, what do you want as your book? What would you like? I'm trying to look for my sticky notes because I put my sticky notes on the books. Alicia's saying, congrats, Sarah. Sarah, you get to pick first. You get to pick first. That's so funny. And I shuffled 3 times. Y'all saw me shuffle. Faye's congratulating you. Woohoo. Mary Lou's congratulating you. Okay, Sarah. Pick, pick, pick. Are you still there? Ooh. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, what would you like? Christina's telling you congrats. The let's see. Waiting on Sarah to pick. And if you need me to repeat them, I can repeat them. Get all this stuff over here. You get to pick first. I'm glad that you're here. I like it when people are here so they can make a decision. So, Silent Patient, which is a thriller, which is Cops, which is horror. Chronicles of Narnia. Oh, no, well, it's not the Chronicles. It's The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Sarah says, can you show me them again? Yes. Okay. So I've got the One Crazy Summer trilogy. I don't know if you can see that. And it's about 3 sisters. They grow up in the 60s. The first book was when they go visit their estranged mother in Oakland, California. She's part of the Black Panther movement. PS 11 is when they get back and their uncle comes back from Vietnam and he's got an issue that impacts the family, and their dad has a girlfriend. And then the last book, Gone Crazy in Alabama, is when they visit Alabama, and it's the 60s in the South. And we got Anne of Manhattan, which is a romance. It's a modern retelling of Anne of Green Gables. Fire Girl, Saving Winslow, which is about a little donkey who's having a hard time at birth. Mixed Up Files, one of my favorite books. Watson's Go to Birmingham, another favorite of mine. Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, another favorite. My absolute favorite book in the whole wide world. Horror book, Witches, Cops. And then we have Silent Patient, which is a thriller. Hopefully you could see those. So let me know. Decisions. Guess it depends on what you're in the mood for. A lot of middle grades. The Anne of Manhattan is actually a YA. Okay, very good. It is a romance, so I will put you down for Anne of Manhattan. Whoops. Of course, it takes place in Manhattan. So Sarah, Anne of Manhattan. Yes, so please make sure you get in touch with me with your address. You can email me, or even if you want to send it to me on Instagram, either way, that is fine with me. Okay, so Anne of Manhattan is off the table, folks. So let's go back to our picker wheel. I have to hide Sarah. She is no longer in the drawing. And here we go. We're going to spin again. Patty. Woo! Patty, are you still here? Are you still here, Patty? Let's give Patty a couple of minutes, well, to make a decision. Hopefully Patty is still here. Let's see, Sarah's saying, I'll send on Instagram after the live is over. Perfect. That is fine. Perfect. Is Patty here? Is Patty here? What is Patty doing? Let's see. I know Patty was in here earlier. Christina saying congrats to Patty. Faye saying congrats. So we'll give Patty a few minutes. Not too many minutes. Just because we want to try to do another sprint before the end of the night. Oh, I hope Patty's here. If not, we will put her in. And Sarah saying congrats to Patty. Okay, so while we're waiting for Patty, let me think about what else. So, I'm participating in Nonfiction November as well as Ella Montgomery. And so I think that depending on what happens this weekend, I still have 3 reviews that I have to write on Goodreads. I need to post on Instagram for 2 of them. And then I also still have to film my September wrap up. I need to film a September wrap up, and I need to also film an October wrap up. So I've got to get my notes together for that. I feel like September has been a gajillion years ago. So Mary Lou is saying congrats to Patty. I'm going to give her about another minute and then move on. But I'm doing Nonfiction November and my Ella Montgomery. Thinking about this weekend, maybe starting my first nonfiction, which is my Life in 5 Senses, because I really want to get to that. I want to take that Life in 5 Senses quiz, because you can figure out what your neglected sense is. And I'm very curious to see what my neglected sense is. I wish I wish I could say I knew, because I love to eat and I love trying new foods and stuff like that. So I can't imagine that being a neglected sense. I mean, I do listen to music and podcasts, so I can't imagine that. Visually, I read and I appreciate visual things. I don't know. I don't know what it could be. Touch, maybe? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Jody said, found the email and responded. Thank you again. You are so welcome. Be looking out for it. And she is still lurking. That's good. Lurkers can lurk. We appreciate that. Okay, well, Patty, I'll put Patty's name down, but we're going to go ahead and pick our next winner. Patty may have left or might be doing something. So let's hide Patty's choice. And then we are going to make sure it hid. That's funny, because both Patty and Sarah were added tonight. That is so funny. Okay, Patty, yes. Okay, here we go. Spin. Faye! Woohoo! Okay, Faye. You get to pick your book. You get to pick your book. Okay. So while Faye lets us know, Mary Lou says, I'm reading Of Time and Turtles for nonfiction November right now. Is Of Time and Turtles, who is the author of that? Hey, Linda. How are you, my friend? Hopefully you got my message on Instagram. I mailed your book today and put in there the estimated date for that. Faye's like, she's the winner. Okay, congrats, Faye, from Mary Lou. Congrats from Christina. Congrats from Alicia. She's saying thank you, but you got to pick your book. And Sarah's saying congrats, Faye. So what you want, Faye? Got to take Faye out of here now. Okay, so that leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people still in, which is good. We still got books. Mary Lou said Cy Montgomery, who wrote Soul of an Octopus. I've heard of Soul of an Octopus. I've heard of that book. I'm trying to think who was reading that. I will gladly give The Silent Patient a happy new home. Okay, so Silent Patient goes to Faye. So Faye, please send me your address, and please, please, please write it the way, because I know with you being in Canada, it does have to be written a certain way. I know I'm going to have to bring it and them help me at the post office, but I'm excited. The Silent Patient. Fun, fun. I love finding new homes for books. And it is a nice copy. I mean, a really nice copy. So practically new. I mean, I say practically. I mean, it looks brand new because I'm very careful with my books when I read them. And it has a nice dust jacket. So I also have to get a bigger envelope for this one. And then there were 6. Yes, let's see. 2, 4, 6. Did I say 6? Will do. Okay, so you can definitely email me. Let me put my email up again just in case. Sometimes the spelling of my last name. Yeah, so catloyacano@gmail.com. Okay, so let me stop the screen. Get me back up there. And then the pickle wheel has our 6, and it will still be there. Let me just, where's my phone? I'm going to take a picture of it just because in case something cuckoo happens, I have a picture of my people on there. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 books in here. Because remember, I'm letting the group go together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I do have, I think, a couple of other books. I got to go through them. That might be something I can do. Because I also want my husband, I want to get another bookcase for my room. You see the bookcase that's behind me right here? I want to take that one out and put that one in my living room and then get another white bookcase to put against that wall so all my bookcases match. So hopefully I can still get that at Target. And I'd love to be able to still get a rug for my room. I haven't done that yet. And I need to get a book cart. So maybe before the end of the year. And Linda saying congrats, congrats. Okay, so we are going to do another sprint. We're going to do one more sprint before we sign off. It'll be our last sprint for the evening. And I think we'll go, let's do 30 minutes because it'll be putting me at over 8 o'clock. And my friends elsewhere are ahead of me. Faye, are you the same as me? Do y'all observe daylight savings time in Canada? I can't remember. I know Andrew at It Came From the Page and I talked about this at one time because I was surprised that Canada, where he lives, was Central Time. So let's get this up. Okay, so I'm going to continue reading Jane of Lantern Hill by Ella Montgomery. Let's get our kitty cat. Start that. Stream. Present. Share the screen. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect. Let's see what Faye says. Yes, we have the same time zones plus a couple more in the Maritimes. Okay, so you are the same time zone as me right now then. Perfect. I'm so happy. Congratulations to Sarah, Patty, and Faye. I'll have to get in touch with Patty. I can probably get in touch with Patty through Discord and let her know that she won. And that way she can tell me what book she wants. Oh, yeah, so that'll leave us with 6. So, yay, yay, yay. I'm so excited. Okay, see y'all in a little bit. Happy reading, happy watching TV, working, whatever you're doing. I know Shannon's probably still writing. See you in a little bit. Hello, hello, hello. Let's stop our kitty cat. Okay, what did y'all get up to? I made it to chapter 5. So page 31. So I didn't finish chapter 5, but I got to page 31 of my Jane of Lantern Hill. I despise the grandmother so much. I cannot stand her. Jane makes a friend named Jody who has no parents, and she went to go live with a cousin, and they live next to Jane's house. And the cousin passed away, but she still lives there. And the lady who owns the house runs a boarding house. But of course, Jody doesn't have nice clothes and stuff like that. She's an orphan. And the grandmother is hideous and horrible to Jody, like she is to Jane. It's just very sad. And now we have a new character in here named Agnes, who's just come to Jane's school, and she's horrible. So I don't see many nice people in here. But she's going to tell Jane a secret, and it's not a very nice secret. And it's going to hurt Jane's feelings, I have a feeling. But I'm very sad because, again, I don't know how anybody could be mean to a child. Terrible. She called Jody riffraff. Can you believe that? Terrible, terrible. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, so I was asking Faye before we went on break about the time zones, if we were in the same time zone, but she said she's sorry. She meant the countries have the same time zones. I'm in Eastern, so you're an hour ahead. Okay, and Amy was happy that we were still going, and I'm glad Amy was back. I asked her how her book club meeting went. Alicia said it was fun. Courtney from Tangible Reads popped in to say hello. And also Chris Wildfire came in to say hello. And then Amy also confirmed it went great. It was a crazy book, so very fun to talk about. That was good. She had it with Crystal, I think, and Katrina were her guest hosts. And Amal did not read the sprint, which I'm very surprised. Instead, she organized her room, which is always a good thing. And Jody is still lurking. Hee hee hee. Linda has shared some news that they are making a Legend of Zelda live action movie, which I think that would be awesome. I need to tell Andrew because Andrew played Legend of Zelda, I want to say on his Switch, maybe. And possibly on one of his PS systems, 3, 4, or whatever, 5. I don't know to keep up with them. But I think that would be awesome. Christina said crazy stuff started happening and had to slow it down. Crazy stuff started happening and had to slow it down. Whew. And then Faye saying lots of love about Jody. She's so sweet. It's like, how can people be mean to these kids? And they're around these adults. I mean, I got to keep in mind, let me see if it tells me when this is written. Not that it's an excuse. It was first published by McClelland and Stewart in 1937. So, I mean, I know things were different back then. Adults were not the same way with children. You know, like children are to be seen but not heard. But I do admire Jane for standing up for herself. But the grandmother's so cruel, and supposedly Jane's mother is her favorite daughter and everything, but yet she's still very mean to her. I read a little more of Bright Young Women and ate a bunch of pepperonis. Yum. I haven't had a pepperoni in I don't know how long. I haven't had a pepperoni since I met my cardiologist. And that was back in June. And once I started my little trying to eat plant-based as much as I can. I love pepperoni pizza. It's one of my favorites. Didn't feel like diving into another book yet, so I washed the dishes. That was good. I'm like that too, Faye. It's hard for me to like just start another book. And I'm not in the middle of multiple books like I normally am. I had to read so much this weekend for Salem's Lot. And I just, by the time I finished and did the live stream, I was like, I just need to kind of decompress now. Because we had a wonderful conversation about Salem's Lot between the book and the two movies, but which I had to also watch both of the movies, which they were not 4 hours each. They were only 3 hours each, but that was a lot of movie watching, all in one jam-packed amount of time. But I just couldn't start anything until Monday. And like I said, I'm still having like a hangover from Salem's Lot, which I love. It was a reread. Christina said, thanks for the sprint. You are so welcome, Christina. Thanks for being here. Just noticed. Congrats on 500 subbies, Kat. Shh. I told Emma, my friend Emma Bennett, don't say that too loud. You know, the YouTube guru gods or whatever are listening, and all of a sudden I'm going to go down to 497 or something like that. It's so much fluctuation. So I told Emma, I'm not going to get excited until I get like to 515. Then I can actually say, oh, I made it to 500. But I appreciate you noticing and thanking me. Yay. Yes. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, it took me over a year for my first video, because that was October 28th was my year of, first video going out. So not too bad. Maybe we'll bump it up, but I'm excited. It's a milestone. And Amy's asking Alicia how she's liking Bright Young Women. I keep going back and forth. I want to check it out. She says, I'm only on page 68, but I'm liking it so far. I've never read anything else from her, and I really don't know what to expect. Page 68. Oh, we got all the emojis. I can't, for whatever reason, I cannot see the emojis. It's those really vibrant color ones. I cannot see it on my laptop. I can see it on my iPad. So I wonder if that's an Apple thing. So knocking wood here for you. Yeah, it was really weird because I'd get 496, then I'd get 497, then I'd get 498, then I was back down to 496, then it was 498, then it was 499. Then it was 500. Then it was 499. So I was like, okay, I know that they have a thing with bots and all that kind of stuff. But I was like, until I feel like I couldn't lose that many, then I didn't want to shout it to the rooftops. Whispers, congrats. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mary Lou. I hope I keep growing. I mean, it's like pros and cons to it. I like my little small community because I just like being able to have the connection and the one-on-one. Like I just notice sometimes on bigger channels, sometimes, I don't know, they have so many people watching and stuff like that. I don't feel like everybody gets acknowledged, kind of thing. And I like our little community. This is one of my favorite parts of my booktube journey, is doing my live sprints on Wednesdays, and then doing my little extra things and just kind of hanging out with y'all and doing special things with y'all, even if it's off, not online or whatever. I've had many of my friends either collaborated. Linda knows. Linda was one of my guests during Zombie-thon. I mean, Amy was also here for Zombie-thon. I just love being able to have people, want to collaborate or come on and hang out with me for a little bit if they want to do it online. And look, you don't even have to have a channel to come hang out on sprints. If you feel like you're okay with being on camera, just send me a message and say, hey, I like it. I'd like to be with you. You definitely will keep growing. You have great stuff, and your community is so warm and fun. It's just so hard to get noticed and stuff. There's so many channels. Yeah, there are a lot of channels, and it's just a matter of getting out there. I mean, I feel like I had a little bit of an advantage just because Kelsey and I collaborated for almost a year and a half, I think, before I even made the banner and stuff for my channel. And then that was like around April, I think, March or April. And I didn't release my first video until October. I just kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And I'm like, I feel comfortable just being with Kelsey, doing our thing together and being on her channel. But I made a lot of friends with her audience. And so that was so nice that several of them, joined my channel. I was so very grateful for that. It was so sweet of them to do that. But I love my group. I love my friends that I've made because, I mean, everybody's been very supportive and encouraging. And I know I'm older than most booktubers. I mean, Kelsey could be my daughter. She's the same exact age as my son Barry. I mean, we've always gotten along ever since we met at WYES, and it's just kind of neat. But I don't know. I'm just very, very grateful for everybody that comes and hangs out, because y'all mean a lot to me. You really do. Y'all make me happy, bring a lot of joy to my life. Alicia said, I probably found your channel from Kelsey. Probably so. Because I'm trying to think. Just trying to think. Maybe Old School April? Maybe that's when we met through Old School April, because she had a fantastic time with that. Yeah, Amy found me through Kelsey. Yeah. And I found you through a tag you did. Don't remember which one. Oh, well, that's awesome. Yeah, so I'm excited. Yeah, I do my thing, and I might be a little bit late here or there. Like I said, I still have to film my September wrap up. Part of me is like, just let it go. Just let it go. But then part of me wants a record of it, that I read those books, and that I mean, I have a record on Goodreads, but I just would feel incomplete if I skip September and I've done a wrap up every month. I'm kind of torn about wrap ups and what to do about them. I just don't think I can, I really don't think I can do a weekly thing. It's just too hard to do that and do other type of videos, because my time for filming is hard. I don't know, lots to think about. I was subscribed to you before Old School April, I think. I really don't remember when I first subscribed, though. I know I can't remember anything. I feel like this year has gone by so fast, and things that I've done, I'm like, was that this year? Was that last year? What month was that? Like, I mean, I have to write notes down about my September, because I'm like, I read all those books and I know that I did that, and I have them in piles, but I'm like, let me think about this before I can actually talk about it. So who knows what that's going to come out to be. So never too late for a double wrap up. Yeah, I just read too many books at one time to do I would do a September, October, but it would be too much. And Linda says, I will watch a double. I'll try to go really fast. This is the book, blah, 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 blah. But it is, the September is probably going to be, I'm going to try to be brief. Alex over Frank Fiction. If y'all haven't checked her channel out, I highly recommend it. She's just awesome. And she's growing steadily, but she does a 1-minute wrap up for her books. And I don't know how she does it, because I'm like, by the time I say what the book is about and then how I feel about it, I feel like it's 5 minutes. So I don't know if I can do that, but I've already started taking a couple of notes, and I'm kind of like keeping them limited. And I don't know, see how I do with it. I found you through you finding me. So glad you did. I love hanging out with all of you guys every week. Same here, Faye. Yeah, I found you through Tiffany's channel, I believe, Beautiful Minutia, because of her bingo, her summer bingo. You do whatever works best for you and we will watch it. Thank you, Alicia. That's why I love you so much. You always got my back on that. I kind of the way I look at it is somebody watches it. I mean, my job was done, right? I mean, if somebody enjoyed it, if at least one person enjoyed it, my job is done. What can I say? Okay, let me turn this off because we are finished with that. Well, I am so appreciative of y'all being here on this Wednesday, on November the 8th. We have 3 more Wednesdays in November, if I'm not mistaken. I do want to mention, and I feel bad about this, but I have to go to an important appointment with my son, Barry. And we're supposed to be meeting with this lawyer on at about 1:30, but it depends on what time he gets out of court. So it's Murphy's Law. If I put my sprints at 4:30, he will be late and not show up until 4 or like 3:30 or something. If I put my sprints at 5:30, then he might get out of court early and we might be there at, say, 11 o'clock or whatever. So sprints next week are going to be a little bit later. I wish I could get back on track with starting at 3:30. I apologize. Life has just been crazy. But 5:30 next Wednesday is what I have on there. So that way we don't have any issues of me getting back in time, because we have to go. It's about 30 minutes from my house. So if we finish at like 4, then that still gives me 30 minutes, get home, take care of my dogs, and then get online. So hopefully I hope that all works for y'all. And if not, we'll just, even if we start at 5:30, we just might only do 2 hours or something, whatever. Even if we just get a couple of sprints, it's just hanging out with y'all guys. Let's see. I know we have a couple of people. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Linda saying goodbye. Bye, Linda. I appreciate you. Bye, Christina. You have a beautiful night too. No worries. Real life first. Yep. Thank you, Linda. Whenever we'll find you. I appreciate you, Faye. No worries. Thank you, Alicia. Good night, all. This was fun. Thank you, Mary Lou. And good night, everyone. Thanks for Sprints Cat. Thanks, Amy, for popping in and popping back in. I really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone, for being here. As always, stay amazing and be adventurous and have a wonderful rest of your week and a wonderful weekend wherever you are. And if it's cold where you're at, stay cozy and warm too. And I will see you next week. Bye. See you later. Bye.